All right. So it's Wednesday. I'm just getting started. And the market is up huge. 525 points. I guess there was news. A whole bunch of news this morning. So there's news here that sent it higher, and then more news here. Doesn't really look like it changed what it was already doing. And big gap. New low here is the first attempt lower. Looks like a second attempt lower right here. It's failing. Strong move through the midline. Kind of a doji here though. I'm close to the Bollinger here. Kind of like it for long, but since I just started and I haven't really had a chance to look at everything yet, I'm gonna chill, not jump in. Let's see the daily. Wow, look at that. So I had perfect measured move and pretty large bounce. We're already higher than we've been the last couple days. We're right at the 200 on the 60-minute. I think that's gonna work. Just curious if I measure something like that and that. So According to that, there's a little bit higher to go maybe.
Setting you together.
So it looks like higher low is good too. Just coming in this late, I don't have like a feel for what's going on yet, so I just want to watch the market for at least a little while before I jump in on something. ATR's at 60 ticks. I'm not really sure what to expect here. I guess there's an expectation of a new high from this. So that's probably pretty reasonable to think. If I had been here a little bit earlier, I'm pretty sure I would have taken the long here on the failure. Probably wouldn't have taken the higher low. But since I just turned everything on, I didn't want to just take a trade within a couple minutes of starting and not really taking in the whole market. Surprised it's coming up short here. These are equal lows here, so you could reset the count from here. So it could be a first attempt lower. Curious to closed under the 50 a couple times and still managed to get above it. When's the last time I was at the 200 all the way down here? Pre-market. Expecting to see a touch of the high retest. It keeps coming up short, so there's potentially a larger measured move, but I'm not sure if that's really accurate. Hard to tell. First entry, second entry long. Try this. It's an inside bar. Small loss if it's wrong. No. Loss. Would have been better off taking these other trades. I don't know why I really took that. Taking on inside bar is not really my thing, but I was so focused on it getting a new high. All right. Well, I'm going to switch accounts because that's what I do. So moving on to 14. It was also because I was kind of thinking new low, first attempt low or second attempt low or failure. So that was the reason why I kind of took that on the engulfing as well. Or not engulfing, but the inside bar. I'll go to count 14 next. If I had just waited for this entry, looks like a better entry. I'll be back. So there's a new high I was expecting. My timing's just off. It's what keeps happening to me. Trading in the right direction, just having bad timing. I waited for what looked like a real 2 legs. Would have been fine. Also not trading off an inside bar, which I usually never do. I'm already almost at that measured move. Well, I guess another 40 points, but it doesn't look that far. If I see this inside bar work for this long, it's gonna make me really frustrated. Because the only reason I'm not taking this is because I didn't win on this. There it goes. It would have already worked. Gotta love that. Maybe failure. The midline. Not really looking to go short and strong up market. That would have worked. I don't know what happened. I woke up just feeling like I didn't even want to trade. I feel like this was a stupid trade. I skipped the trade here that I actually liked. And then I really saw this and I was like, oh, that's going to be a good trade. Didn't take it. And as well as this midline, or I mean this inside bar here, as well as the failure here for short. So just not even sure what I'm doing at this point. I literally started late today because I woke up earlier and was like, I don't feel like getting up to trade. And I still feel that way. I don't know, maybe I need to take a couple days break or something because I'm just like not feeling it. Go say bye to my daughter before she goes to school. All right, they're not ready to leave yet. I'm just gonna jump on this, try to write it down. Hopefully it's not a mistake. Could be a mistake. I just thought I can just chase that one a little bit, and since I have that measured move, but maybe that's a bad idea. See if it can push. Oh, come on. Well, here I am taking trades that aren't setups again. It's going to punish me. Would I get a win without actually taking a legit setup? Is it possible? All right. Not even a setup, but had the measured move, and I've been thinking about trying to just jump in when I have a target. I've been trying to get the full target, and it went right to it. So it's like sometimes if I know I have a really good idea the market's trying to go somewhere, I feel like I want to try to take advantage of that more often. But it's definitely risky. It's not a setup. All right, go to a different account. Oh, gotta fix the trading days. This is 4, 7. And my stats. 1 and 1. Something like 42%. All right, change accounts. All right, so going to PA13 next. So yeah, right to the measured move, exactly to the tick. And I need to take a break actually for a second. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. I don't know what my deal is. I'm just like in a bad mood today. Turn P13 back on, which is my best account. So hopefully I can trade it smarter than I've traded so far today, because both my trades today were not setups according to any of my rules. So hopefully I figure out how to trade better. $100 lot, welcome back. Oh no, you got wrecked yesterday. Sorry, man. I've been terrible lately. I don't know about you. Actually, I think I checked out one of your, I saw one of your lives recently. I don't even remember. I've been having a hard time myself, man. I'm just like playing small ball at this point, just so I don't even blow up accounts. I'm just like trading one contract at a time, and I'm like trading one account at a time and just playing the smallest ball I can play, because I've just been pretty terrible. Honestly, just not trading well at all. The market changed, and it's like I never traded before in my life. So yeah, I'm just playing small ball and keeping these accounts alive. 100 lot says small ball. It is this week. Smart. Yeah, I just don't have a feel for the market. I'm just like, taking trades. I don't know if they're just, I don't know what I'm doing, honestly. I just feel like what I'm doing is not working. I mean, literally, this last trade I took is not even a setup. I just decided, okay, I'm looking for this measured move, and I just had a belief we were going to get there. So I just entered on no setup. And this trade was no setup based on any of my rules for trades either. So just because I thought we were going to make a new high from the previous high here. So I was just trying to get in on it and paid the price for that one. But yeah, I'm just playing small ball and just one account at a time. That way, if I get a loss, like, it's not a big deal. I got a loss. It's $178 on this account, and move on to a different account, make 126. All right, move on to the next account. Maybe I can make another 126. And I'm just going to do that until I start feeling more confident again, because just things ain't working for me. 100 lot says, you staying live till FOMC? Yeah, I'm planning on just being live. I mean, I'm not planning on trading FOMC, obviously, with any of my PA accounts on Apex, but I'm going to watch it, and then maybe look for trades afterwards. And I'm not going to trade too close to the announcement either, so we'll see. But yeah, I might be willing to play, like, kind of after the press conference kind of thing. But I'll probably just keep the stream running no matter what. I'm here today. So what's your plan? Do you, I think I saw you're not playing Apex anymore, or are you? I think I saw that you were using a different platform now. Look at this move up, man. So I still think we're going to this measured move all the way up here, but it's a long shot. Definitely don't have to get up there. I mean, my measurement, it's really hard to tell. I might be overshooting it. I mean, where's actually, I never even looked closely. Where was the actual first candle though? Yeah, that's roughly right. It's like there. So, I mean, we'll see. I don't know that we're really going to get up there, but oh yeah, 100 lot says he's doing fast track now. I got about 500 drawdown left on my account. It's great Monday. Sorry to hear that, man. Then it all went bad Tuesday. Did you lose the accounts on Tuesday? Sorry, man. It's frustrating. It's amazing how like you could feel so confident and so good about the way things are going on like, a Friday, and then a Monday rolls around and a Tuesday, and then by the time those 2 days finish, you're just like feeling like, man, I can't do this, or like can't believe I just wrecked these accounts that way. I literally did the same thing with my accounts. I mean, these accounts were all in good shape. This PA11 was more than halfway to the target. And then I was copy trading 2 accounts at a time, and I basically did some real damage to 4 of the 5 accounts. Really 3 of the 5. This one's not in bad shape. It's just annoying. It's under starting balance. But yeah, man, it's crazy how it just can just switch, like flip on a dime. And I mean, I know I was feeling really good about things, like a week ago. And then last week was just terrible. And then this week is not going so great for me either. Better than last week, but not great. Definitely not great. I've got one account that's like less than 300 away from blowing. This one, I just put on the back burner. I mean, I'm leaving it for the last account that I'll trade, since I'm just cycling through and trading 1 account at a time. The thing that's annoying is, by doing this, it's like I'm not getting the payouts any faster. Like it's just delaying everything, and it's almost like taking the Band-Aid off slowly. Like I don't know what's better, just rip it off and just go for it, or what. But 100 Lot says you still got PAs, you got a shot. Yeah, just it's frustrating, and I'm not sure what the best way to go about things is, because obviously if I trade bigger contracts, 2 losses can just blow an account. But also if I string some wins together in a row, then I'll get to a payout much faster. Or do what I'm doing and just play small ball and just try to build back up confidence. Yeah, 100 Lot says go for it. I mean, honestly, I probably would if I wasn't feeling like such dog shit right now. Like, not the one up 400. Yeah, like be more aggressive with the ones that are not doing as well. The only problem with that is it's like one trade could just kill the account, with, some of these are like 1,000 drawdown, a little over 1,000. Yeah, 100 Lot. I get you the 4 ones that are down. Yeah, so if I wasn't feeling like just so like fucking like I don't know how to take winning trades, I probably would just go more aggressively, because it doesn't help me to just sit here and waste weeks and weeks and weeks where the accounts just go up a couple hundred, go down a couple hundred, and just don't move. It's not going to help me. But at the same time, I don't want to just be out of the PA game just by going nuts and going too big and just blowing them fast. No, I know. You're right. 100 Lot says, you got this, bro. You're going to be all right. It doesn't matter if the PAs die. No, I agree. It doesn't matter if the PAs die. But I don't know. I'll feel better about it, I guess, if the PAs die by me, when I'm feeling good about my trades. And if I lose on my trades, I lose on my trades. But at least, like, I want to feel like, okay, like I'm doing things the right way. And, if I lose them that way, then I can live with it, Whereas if I just am doing stupid shit and just like trying to go big and just like, go big or go home, I know what I'll do. I'll just get really down on myself. I'll beat myself up, and I just don't want to go through all that. So I'm trying to just keep myself in the PA game for now and try to rebuild confidence just in little batches of trades, hopefully. And then once I feel more confident, then I'll probably do what you're saying or something more like it. But yeah, man, it's just, this shit's hard. It's hard. And you've gotten payouts. I haven't even gotten a payout yet. I've gotten no payouts. So, that's another thing. I feel like once I cross that hurdle, like somehow, some way, it'll get a little bit easier in some way. But right now, man, it's like I do pretty well on my my evaluations. The other thing is I do trade the evaluations differently, just in terms of contracts and stuff. You know, I go bigger, and it's really, I should be trading that way. You know, more contracts on the PAs, but yeah. So you know, we'll see. But dude, I definitely feel you, bro. Like I know how it is to struggle. I know how it is to like be feeling good about things. Things are going in the right direction, and then just like poof, 1 day, 2 days, and you're just like off the map of where you thought you would be. So, yeah, 100 Lot says I'm in the same boat. Yeah, man. That's a bummer too, because that last video I saw of you on your channel, it looked like things were headed in the right direction. So I was really feeling good about where you were headed as well. You know, all right, man. It's feeling like you were on your way. I felt like, okay, I'm on my way, and then just market changes. 100 Lot says we need to just lie to ourselves for the next couple of weeks. Yeah, man. Yeah, well, you know, honestly, like to me, I think the biggest thing that you and I probably need to just like keep ourselves in check is like obviously the market changed here, right? Like the market's been doing some shit it hasn't been doing in the last year. Like we've never seen a real two-leg big pullback on the daily chart like we saw. I mean, this was more than a 10% pullback, and we hadn't seen a more than 10% pullback since like all the way back here, right? So ever since November, this thing has been just going up. You know, we had a little bit of a pullback here, and we'll see what happens here. I mean, again, you know, I measured, move down, thing pretty much hit it bullseye, and now we're bouncing. So we'll see what happens. But I think we gotta, you know, it's like when these pullbacks happen, we've been in this bull market just going up. It's like we just got to be aware. You know, I think you have a big red candle like this, you just got to be prepared, right? And the market's changing perhaps because we hadn't had a big red candle like that since all the way back here. That was back in May or April. So anyway, that's how I look at things anyway. It's just like, you know, I just got to be more willing to be prepared that the market's different. I got to be prepared for how it's going to be acting different. Angelat says, "Are we going down to VWAP?" Honestly, I don't know because I don't use VWAP, so I don't even know where VWAP is. The only thing I'm using is I got a 200 SMA and I got a 50 SMA, and then I'm just using Bollinger Bands. So I'm not one to ask about the VWAP. Are you looking at your chart? Where do you got VWAP at? Out of curiosity. Oh man, down at 340. It's a long way down. I don't know. I was really thinking we're going up here to past 540. But the way this is coming down here, I don't know. I think if we get below the 200, watch out. Maybe we are going down there. Yeah, bounce here off 200. It might be good. I'm really thinking we're still going up, but now I'm starting to question it because we had this 2 legs down. There's also the possibility that I could just say this is 1 leg down. And go to here. That might be another leg down, but that's not that much further down. So I'm guessing we're not going to this and we're bouncing back up, but I could be wrong. Yeah, oh, Fed shit. Yeah, right. Could touch. It's a Raging Bull. Yeah. This is a higher low right here too, but it's all stacked up. I don't know. I'm not feeling very confident about anything. The only thing I'm pretty confident about is like I feel like when I do these like measured moves, like they're pretty legit for the most part. The bigger ones are less legit than the smaller ones. Yeah, shorts are feeling it right now. Might get squeezed up. I agree. I mean, I'm kind of operating under the same theory. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of trend channels, but you might even... It's possible we might be looking at some kind of downtrend like this. So we'll see what happens if it gets confirmed. This bottom's matching up pretty well. But we'll see what happens up here when it tries to test the 50. If it gets rejected again, I mean, because now we went right through it, and when we got rejected here, we got back above it a little bit, but ultimately got rejected from it, and now we're going to approach it again, it seems. So yeah, 100 lots is measured move, good value to short now. Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, I'm not sure. I think this is like have a really pivotal area. Coming off this 200 like this, you know, is this really going to be the bounce it needs to continue upward? Or are we going to get stuck between the 250 and have a battle? I'm guessing there's going to be some sort of battle before this decides to go in a direction. Lot says the game is rigged to the long side always. Yeah, I agree. It is. That's why it's just always a grind up and then a free fall down, you know. Yeah, and the market makers and the hedge funds, they all decide when the market goes down. Not in August or September. Yeah, I mean, I try not to be like too concerned about what the broader market is doing so much because, you know, like when I'm trading, I'm just going for like little moves, you know. I just want my 5 points here, 5 points there kind of thing. But no, I mean, you're right. You got to be aware. You got to be aware of what the trends are, certain months, you know, how the market generally behaves. And it does play a role for what we're doing here, kind of in a day trading frame mind, you know, mind frame. What am I trying to say? Frame of mind. Grab a drink real quick. Funny thing is, if I had just taken 100 lot says I'm the same way. 11 points is a home run. Yeah, 11 points is like exactly. That's a home run for me too. The funny thing is, if I had just taken every entry that I saw today, I'd already be like 4 wins and 1 loss, something like that. So it's you know, the confidence factor is a big deal because, you know, the lack of confidence keeps me out of good trades, and then somehow I always take a shot at bad trades. And quite frankly, this was not a good trade. I don't think this was a pretty bad trade, and I think luckily the measured move held up, and that was my target. I was able to get my piece, but you know, I think when I'm feeling a lack of confidence, I take bad trades and I don't take the good ones. And it's messed up because I need to be the other way where I'm just taking the trades no matter how I'm feeling. But that's why trading's a tricky game, man, because it's like your mentals makes a difference. All right, so we've got this measured move it's going for. We're now, you know, we got to close below the 200. That's the first close below the 200 since, I mean, way back. I mean, during the overnight. So let's see what happens here. If this is a shift or it's just going to close under and then bounce back above. See that happen a lot. So, I mean, it seems like it's respecting this something looking like a trend. So I'm going to leave this on. I don't really like leaving these trend channels on because I feel like they fuck me up. But it's just so respecting the bottom of this thing right now that it's hard to not decide to leave it here and see what happens. I really hate trend channels in general, though, because I feel like they just give a false sense of security and they make you have a certain bias. Yeah, I mean, it definitely fits. I mean, look at how it's reacting to the midline. The bottom is just like so tucked in perfectly. I mean, it really seems like it's legit. I mean, reaction at the midline over and over and over again. Um, 100 lot says, I think we go to the high of it. Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, I'm kind of feeling a little bit torn here. My bias is still up, but I mean, now the 50 is starting to curve over downward. We're trading underneath the 200. We're staying in the bottom of the Bollinger. But if this trend channel is legit, then, you know, usually, well, here, I mean, here's an example where you can't get past the midline, can't get past the midline, can't get past the midline, can't get past the midline. Finally, it got up. And so now here we're can't get past the midline. Let's see if we get an overshoot here. So we got a close outside of it for the first time. All these other are just wicks, and the closes are all in. So, I mean, maybe you're right. Maybe now is a time for it to go up. Sometimes when these overshoot, you know, it's like the RSI kind of like it's oversold. But I'm just gonna wait for my setup. But I mean, the thing is, like, I think we're going higher ultimately, but the market is starting to tell me maybe it's otherwise. But we'll see what happens. There is this two bigger measured move down that we're almost at. So, you know, this might be as close as we get and then bounce the other way. And then maybe since there's an overshoot here, maybe it doesn't respect the top anymore and it just will go up from there. I don't know. It's all conjecture. All right, so since we have an overshoot, I'm gonna copy this thing, but I'm gonna take it off. I really have a thing against trend channels because I think they just make me too biased and they make me not see other potential things that could be good trades. And I mean, if we close above this midline and the 200, I mean, I might be willing to take a long, depending on where this bar closes. I just want to make sure I have room to like this. Let's see, where's the high? Let's see where this bar closes. Right at it, right under it. That's not good enough for me. Lots says you saw that, you called it out, you gotta jump in early. Yeah, I feel you. It's not my trade from down there. I mean, that would be trading based on something else, even though I see it and I'm calling it out. But really, if this bar were to trade higher, yeah. I mean, basically what I'd want to see is a bar that closes above the midline of the Bollinger. So that's a close right on it again. I'm not messing with it. Because it's also getting trapped like right at the 200, right under the 200. So even if it goes up, I mean, it's not my style of trading. So I gotta chill. If I ever figure out a way to like see what I just saw and understand that it has a high probability of winning, then yeah, I'll jump in. But I'll wait for a setup. But yeah, I think, well, I mean, look, it is doing what I thought it was going to do. I've just never done well trading like that. Yeah, that's entirely possible too. I think that's entirely possible. 100 lot says, I think we tagged the high, the day high for FOMC and then drop. It's entirely possible. I wouldn't be surprised by that. All right, maybe I'll let's put this thing back on here, just out of curiosity now that we're moving up, just to see where it is. I think I had it more like that, something like that. Yeah, I mean, this is like one way you can use trend channels to look for the overshoots and then look for a trade in the other direction. It doesn't always work though. I mean, sometimes you get the overshoot and it just keeps going. So you gotta be careful with it. So the reason why I wanted to put it back on is I wanted to see where the midline was. Like, let's see if we get stopped at the midline again or not. We are close to the top Bollingers too. So, the difference here is so far it's playing above the midline, so I tend to think we're going up. But it's also hard to bet against the Bollingers because it has to be a strong move for it to like just push these Bollingers and make it bulge in the other direction. 100 lot says, I'm just saying you called the channel for the channel low for a bounce. Yeah, yeah. It's just like there's times where it doesn't really work. Like this could have been a channel low. And like depending on how much you're going for, like maybe it doesn't work. I mean, I think it would have worked for what I go for, but let's see. Yeah, it only went for like 6 points. So not even quite what I go for. So I go for 6.5. Would have worked here. Would have worked here. Not quite here. What I'll be interested to see though is, you know, can we get to the top? And if we do, will it overshoot it like it overshot over here? Or will it just completely disregard the trend channel up here? That's the thing. Like once I see something like this, it's almost like the trend channel doesn't even matter anymore to a certain degree. Hundred Lot says, didn't you say we'd be up over 500 points before the FOMC? When did I say that? What the fuck? Well, I thought, yeah, I thought we were going for this. Here. I thought we were going for this. So I'm thinking we still have like 90 points higher to get to, which is, you know, I don't know if I'm right or wrong, but this is where I thought we would get to. I don't know if it's going to take the FOMC to get us there, or if we're going to get there and then the FOMC is going to rip us back down. But that's kind of what I was thinking. But that's quite a bit of work to get there before FOMC, so I don't know. But man, don't listen to what I say. I don't know shit. I've never even gotten a payout, so don't listen to what I'm saying. I think sometimes I'm pretty good at like finding a target, and other times I'm just dog shit. I mean, the way this market's going right now, like it definitely doesn't look like there's strength. Yeah. I mean, we climbed the mountain and it looks like we're trying to climb back down. So I really don't know. Yeah, I'll tell you what, if it closes down here, I might even consider a short. See where this closes. It's closing above. But if it closes below the midline of the Bollinger, I might consider a short, as long as it's not too low. I just need to make sure there's room to this. It doesn't look like it's going to give me a chance. I was hoping this one was going to close like right here, and I could jump in right below it. No, it's not really enough room for me to like it. I'm sure it's going down, but it's just not a lot of room. $100 says, I'm pretty sure it's just tech trading before. What does that mean, tech trading? Like the algorithms? Give the man $100. Algos, yeah, okay. I thought that's kind of what you meant, but I wasn't sure. I mean, you see it bounced when it got close right here. So that's the thing. It's like it could bounce shy of even the level. So that's why I don't want to be in this trade. So I mean, look, so far anyway, it's only gone 4 points. Yeah. Like if I entered this trade, like I would have got out like break even +1 or something, because I would have moved my stop tight once it moved in my favor. So it's not even worth me taking a trade like that when there's no room. Yeah, man. What we do every day trading is just a constant battle against the algos, right? I mean, literally, like all of these trading strategies are based on like trading against human behavior, like why the market moves the way it does based on human behavior. And that's what these strategies, if you think about it, are really built on and designed for. But we're not, it's not human behavior, it's algo behavior. I mean, I wonder what percentage of the market, 90 something percent of the market is just computers. And I mean, you know, all of these ticks moving are all, it's all arbitrage. If you actually think about it in the big scheme of things, the algos are moving and they're just collecting tick here, tick there, tick, 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 tick. And they're arbitraging against us. You know, they're always getting the better deal. You know, they're in and out of the trade before we're filled in whatever direction we think we want to go. It's still beatable. Yeah, it is. It is. Eventually it catches up. I think it's like the days where it's going to kill you. Like those are the days like to figure out how to keep the loss small and just get out of the market and wait for another day. Cause it does catch up. I mean, we can go on our streaks and do well, but everybody always has like a day where we just get hammered. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, it's possible. The thing is, there's so many strategies. There's so many different ways to trade. So many people are trading based on completely different things, you know, and everything can win and everything can lose. Yeah. 100 Lot says, what would be a great month for you money wise? I don't know. I mean, honestly, I haven't thought about it in that way in so long because I'm just trying to like find some level of consistency just in my trading and like in the process of trading. That like, I mean, look, I've been at Apex for over a year and I've got no payouts. So it's kind of hard to think about like what would be a great month for me. A great month for me would be just a single one payout of $2,000, you know, regardless of, you know, I mean, to me, it's like the balances, the money in these accounts, the P&Ls, like none of it matters. Like, I just want a payout, real money, shoot out a number. I mean, honestly, like, even if I could just make like, yeah, are we talking real money or like balances in the accounts or P&Ls in the accounts? Um, you know, I mean, really, like if I can make, let's call it 14K. Well, what I was going to say is even if I can only make, you know, 2,000 in each account, right? I've got 5 accounts. Yeah. So that would be 10,000. Oh, every month, real money payouts. Yeah. I mean, shoot, even, yeah, I'd say 10,000. If I can make 2,000 per account in the 5 accounts and get a 10,000 payment, in a month and do that multiple months, I'd be happy. I'd be more than happy. Yeah, 7 PAs, 2K would be 14K, and that'd be, you know, over 150K a year. Yeah, 100 Lot says you can do it. I mean, the thing is, I, I, I believe I can do it. The problem is I haven't even done it once. I haven't even done it once on one account, and so that's my current hang up. And that's like the real struggle here. Look at this. We made another perfect measured move. So that's 2 in a row to the downside. That got a perfect tag. And then let's see what happens. Uh, 100 Lot says you got to write that number down. It's easy to do. Yeah, well, I'm definitely, that's the goal. That's what I'm trying to work towards. And I believe you. But man, like this past week and a half, like it feels harder than ever. It feels harder than ever. And it's a mental battle. It's a mental game because like, you know, here I am, I'm trading one contract at a time. So, you know, it's like one loss, lose $180, one win, make $126. Like it's like the definition of small ball, right? Like nothing's going to happen fast trading this way. And then if I'm trading and getting, you know, less than a handful of trades a day, like, you know, just draw that out over time. You know, I'm not moving anywhere fast. I'm not getting payouts quickly. I'm not making 150K a year quickly. Like it's not even,
on the radar right now with what I'm doing. So I know I got to do something, but right now my mental game is not where I need it to be at. Honestly, it just isn't. I've been like looking for other ways to like add to my game, other entries I could be taking. But I'm like a very meticulous kind of guy, right? Like I want like what I've always been looking for. Oh, thanks, man. 100 Lot says your technicals are so solid you can't lose. Yeah, so that's the thing, right? So like that's where I'm at. Like I try to get my technicals to be so on point, and I think I am pretty good. You know, I think I am pretty good at like being able to like look for targets with the measured moves. Like kind of, you know, I understand how I can draw channels or whatever. Like I like the Bollinger, how it's working for me. There's so many things that are working well for me, or you know, on the technical side of things. But I'm so like meticulous about it, and I try to like have like really precise entries. I think that's what holds me back is like trying to always be like really precise with my entries, and I honestly I trade too scared. You know that's always been my biggest problem, and I think you're right. 100 Lot says it's all just mind shit. And I think you're right. Like that's been my biggest hang up is like being scared to lose. It's not even scared to lose. It's just like scared to blow my chance, right? Like and also I've been like working really hard to like not build up a large debt that I have to try to get back like all at once, right? So like I've been able to keep my fees pretty on the low end considering I've been trading for a year. And I'm only into Apex for about $3,000. So you know, it's kind of been like a twofold thing where I'm battling that. I don't want to be like in the hole for $10,000 and have to try to get $10,000 back. You know, 5 accounts to pay out to be break even. You know, so it's like right now I'm working on like, hey, I only need 2 of these accounts out of the 5 to pay me out, and I'm green for my Apex trading. I mean, I'm not making like money that I can, you know, that's gonna help me in my life really, but it would at least be like, all right, I'm ahead of the game. So that's also part of why I'm playing in the fashion that I've been playing is trying to keep the small ball going in that sense. But I'm just like, you know, I'm too like concerned about perfect entries. I'm too concerned about like stupid shit. You know, it is the mentals that hold me back. Like sometimes it's like I need to just go for it. I never really just go for it, and then I just die by 1,000 cuts. You know that's how I've lost my first 10 PAs. It's kind of death by 1,000 cuts. All right, so here we are getting to the top here. We're in an interesting area that 50 just crossed the 200. I don't know that that's necessarily bearish on a 1-minute chart. We are setting up a first attempt lower, second attempt lower right off these levels, right at the top here. But this isn't a swing. So this to me just looks like one leg up. There's potential short here, but I don't trust this because this isn't a swing. You know, even though this dipped lower, this just looks like honestly to me, like I feel like we had this overshoot down here. I feel like and again, this might just be because I have that long bias, right? But I feel like we're like looking at doing something, you know, like this somehow. Like there's going to be like a pullback somewhere here. And then I think we're going to go up. But I could be completely wrong. That's just what I'm feeling. And that's why I don't like drawing these trend channels, by the way, because like they give you short 2 micro, short 1 micro. Yeah. Because like I'm not thinking short, honestly, even though we're at the top here. Like my brain is telling me trap the shorts and go long. But I mean, there's a lot to break through here. But I don't see the 50 crossing the 200 as a bearish thing on a 1-minute chart. I know that's how it's taught, but at the very least, I think we're getting some kind of close of candles outside of the top of this trend channel. And I mean, nothing triggered to the short side yet. And so this measurement doesn't even matter right now because I'm still waiting for some kind of other pullback. We're just still working on the one leg up. So, I mean, to me, this is all still this first leg. Yeah. But this is what I was expecting. And it's because I saw this, because we were oversold. And even though we were oversold, we still came back and retested and got a new low off of that. But yeah, I'm not thinking short. Yeah, the short. Well, to me, there was no short because I would wait until, like after this bearish bar, I would wait until there was a confirmation by a bar going underneath it. Yeah, 100 lots is I would have lost money there. Other people I know, like other people would look at this trend channel and they would just put a short like right at it, right? I don't know where they put their stop. I don't know how much room they give themselves, but I know there's traders out there. I've seen them on YouTube. Quite a few of them that they just pick a spot like, okay, I'm going to put my short here because that's where the trend channel is. But that's not how I look at things. I'm always looking for confirmation. So like I'm looking for a bar that looks like this and then a tick underneath it. That would be like the confirmation, at least that like there's a second attempt to go down. 100 lots says, but the thing is when I went on my 200K run, I only trade 15 minutes a day. Yeah. I mean, that to me, that's like the dream. And that's, you remember, I was starting to trade the orb and I was doing pretty well with it. And then Apex changed the rules like, 3 weeks after I started doing that, something like that. And that was like, that's what I was thinking for the orb. Like, be there, trade the New York Open, and be there, trade the New York Open, and be in and out with the one trade of the day, and be done. That I was hoping that's what I was going to be able to do. 100 losses and I was drunk the whole entire 4 months. Alpine never stopped it and made a bunch of Bullinox. A bunch on Bullinox. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, because Bullinox doesn't have those same rules. All right, so here's a potential. So here's what I'm thinking. There's a potential second entry short now. We got a first attempt, second attempt. Again, this still doesn't look like a swing here, but here's a second attempt after we broke out. Strong move through the Bollinger. I mean, I'm actually thinking long. The only thing I don't like is there's this doji here, and my trades have not been working out when there's a doji nearby. And these bars are stacking up. So I'm thinking long, but I don't like that I see this doji right here, honestly. But it would have worked, right? Did it already work? Almost. Yeah, I'm not thinking short at all. I'm thinking long. Like we're just a couple ticks away from where my profit target would have been. But it's like I gotta have rules, right? And I've noticed I've been losing these setups when there's these bars that look like this. When there's a bar with no body at all right before my trade that I want to take, I've been losing these trades. So that's the only reason I stayed out of this. I liked everything else about it for a long, and we'll see if that saved me. Right now, the way I played it, when this got this high already, I probably would have already just been taken out for break even +1 or something, because I'd want to see this just power through. And the other interesting thing is it hasn't gone above the wick of this yet. 69. I did. It got above by 1 tick. I would have thought this would have just gone really fast if shorts were trapped. But yeah, I've been thinking long. So let's see. It looks like it's struggling. The reality is it doesn't matter that I didn't take this trade because I would have been out break even plus like 1 or 2. I would have already been in and out of the trade. It wouldn't have got to my target and it would have come back. It would have come back here and taken me out of the trade. Yeah, FOMC 45 minutes. Man, that's trying to tempt me with a higher low even. Try to pass a 300K on the FOMC. Are you going back to Apex? I thought maybe you were done with Apex since I saw you on Fast Track. He's trying to tempt me in with a higher low. I mean, this is again one of those situations. It's like I got a target. I'm not jumping on it like I probably should be. Yeah, pass or fail on the news. I feel you. Yeah, the $85 lifetime fee. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a good deal for those accounts. They're just so hard. So hard. I mean, you gotta make so much money to like pass and get payouts. I can't even get one of these accounts to 2,600 right now, so. All right, let's see. Can it get to my target? Yeah, I know. Just 350Ks. But I can't even do it on one so far. So I did try to do a 250K just because it was the same price as the 50K at that point and the $85 fee. And I took 2 attempts at it and failed both times. I'm just like, this is a waste of time and money. But of course, I was trying to trade it kind of normal too, so. So I'm going to remove this. Doesn't matter anymore. This doesn't matter. And really, this all looks like one leg to me. So really, if we have like a real pullback, maybe like here, like maybe that's what I'm going to be looking for. I guess I'll leave what I had originally for now until I get that pullback. Because I'm still thinking, I mean, retest the high at the very least. I still got that measured move even higher than that. I mean, maybe that's what happens. Maybe we get like almost there and then the FOMC comes out and we spike, hit it, and then maybe come back, which is kind of in line with what you were thinking. 100 lot. So yeah, so from the entry that I was saying, I was thinking long, I would have been in like around there. So yeah, went 11 points so far. But I know how I trade, so I would have moved to break even +1, break even +2, something like when this bar was up here. This thing would have come back, taken me out of the trade, and then gone. 100 lot says you just need to trade 1 micro on your instincts and see how it does. You're weighted down, dude. You know what? You might be right about that. You know, it's funny. There's been a couple of people that have come in here and like offered advice or said you should do this, you should do that. But you're the only one that's come in here that's actually said something that makes sense to me. You might be right about that. I am like I feel heavy. I feel heavy about my trading. Like I feel like I just don't have the trust. Like if I had like I feel like if I had to like fall back and like expect my system and my way of seeing the market to hold me up and catch me from falling, like I feel like I'd hit the ground. You know, like I don't feel like it would catch me. And you know, it's like if you have friends and you don't like quite trust them all the way and they're like, "Oh yeah, man, I'll catch you." And you know that they're going to drop you because they think it'll be funny. Like I got that feeling. 100 lot says I do too. I don't have the trust like I did. Yeah, you know, I don't. It's funny you go through these like ruts. Like, I mean, there was like it wasn't that long ago. It was the week before last week. Like, I only had 5 trades for the whole week. I made like over $1,000 for the week. You know, combined my accounts, which wasn't a lot, but you know, it wasn't bad. And 5 trades, 5 wins. You know, I didn't lose any. I was like, yeah, this is how I need to trade. Just trade like this. Just pick my spots. That'll get the job done. If I can prove to myself that I can trade like that week in, week out, then I can start upping the number of accounts being traded at the same time. I can up the contracts. And then boom, like last week happened, just got destroyed. And then this week, I'm not getting destroyed, but, you know, I'm not doing well, you know. 50% win rate for me is not good. And I don't have the risk reward set up in a way where like I could be 50% and be profitable. Like, you know, like I'm always risking more than I'm making on 90% of my trades. And every now and again, maybe I'll get a bigger run. You know, I can see that there's room for a big run. I can, you know, what I like to do is I like to like trail behind bars as they form when they close. Just move the stop up below the next bar on a big move. But I don't catch a lot of those. So 100 lot says that's a insane week. The 5-0 is insane. I mean, do you know how much like discipline and patience it requires to trade for a whole week? And on average, I mean, I was missing chunks of time. Like I had to take my daughter to school, get her ready for school, things like that. So like there were days in that week where I missed like an hour here, an hour and a half there. But I probably traded between 2 and 3 hours on those each of those days, on average. So, you know, figure, let's just call it 15 hours of watching for the week, 3 hours a day. So 15 hours I was sitting in front of the chart. In 15 hours, I took 5 trades and I won all of them. Like, do you know how much discipline and patience? I felt like my discipline and patience was like on point that week. You know, like I skipped so many trades, and yeah, some of them would have won, but some of them would have lost. And I only took the ones that won. And in my mind, like that's the kind of trader I really want to be. I want to be like a sniper like that, where if I take a trade, it's like virtually always going to win. But I'm not there yet. I haven't gone to that point where I can do that week in, week out. I can do that a week here and a week there, but then I'll run into a week where I just I don't do it, you know, and then that's where the damage gets done. 100 Lot says, "You're so much more intelligent than these idiots getting payouts. It just makes me sick." You and me both, my friend. Oh my God. It's funny. I watch all these guys on YouTube that are getting these huge payouts. Huge payouts. And I'm just, what the fuck are they doing? Like, how are they even trading that way? You know, but it works. It works until it doesn't, though, is the thing. Like, they have these like monster payouts, but then what about all those other accounts and weeks where it doesn't work and they're just blowing up accounts left and right? But in the prop firm space, it doesn't matter. You know, they're still coming out ahead. So it's weird because I feel like I over intellectualize the game of trading. You know, like I'm putting too much thought into it. I'm over analyzing it. I'm like I'm being too careful. I'm being too exact. You know, and I mean it's good on a certain level, but on another level, especially in the prop firm space, like you don't need to do that. You can just go balls to the wall. You only need a certain amount of payouts. But also the thing is like if you're really going to do it, you got to do it with like a bankroll, you know, like you got to be willing and able to go into a 15K deep hole before you get your payout, before you get your big payout, you know. Yeah, I can't do that. I got a family, I got a mortgage. I can't be doing that. So, you know, 100 Lot says I had a bad 3 months. Ooh, what was that? Did you see that? Holy shit. What do we got going on here? Is this telling me we're not going for this measured move? It looks like it's telling me we're not going for this measured move the way it just moved like that. Mommy, you good with that? I just remember I gotta feed my dogs and take them out sometime soon. Man, that was a 97 tick bar out of nowhere when we have a 40 tick ATR. And we just undid the potential for this measured move. Although, this might be the thing. I mean, this looks like it's getting ready to sell off, but this might be the one leg, two legs from down here. This might be the pullback that I was kind of thinking we needed. But the way that sold off, I don't know. I don't think we're going up. Let's see what happens here. I don't know what just happened, but here we are 35 minutes before FOMC and the market's already doing some weird glitchy shit. That's some algo shit right there. Right, yeah, I'm taking this off. It doesn't look like we're going. Doesn't look like we're going. It's some weird price action. Put that back up there for now, just in case. And there's our level here. We don't really have a level there. You're gonna try to pass two of them now? Are you gonna do one in one direction, one in the other, or what's your game plan? I don't even have any evaluations right now. I'm just like, I got no more fees for Apex, and I'm just gonna ride or die with these 5 accounts and see where I end up. But I decided I'm not giving Apex any more of my money until I at least have an outcome on these accounts. That's how I'm playing it. Have a new high here, first attempt higher, second attempt higher right here, going right into the 50. Yeah, fuck the never ending fees. Exactly. So yeah, I figured I got my 5 PAs, and that's kind of how I've been doing it. It's like 5 PAs at a time. But I always had evaluations running at the same time too, thinking like, oh, well, if I get payout, then I'll need more PAs after the payout, more likely than not. But I've never gotten a payout. So I decided this time I'm not even going to rock any more evaluations. I'm just going to go with these 5 accounts and find out what the outcome is, and then go from there. All right, this thing, I mean, this is looking pretty heavy bearish all of a sudden. The fact that we couldn't get back up. I mean, maybe it feels like we need to retest this low from that down channel that appeared to be there before. But I mean, if we break below like this area, maybe even below this area, like this thing might be going down. But it'll be interesting to see what happens when that FOMC kicks in. All right, I don't know. This candle, I mean, this bar, the way this thing just triggered that way, it was like super fast and crazy. Just made me think like the algos are starting to take over. Maybe being a half hour out from FOMC is not the best time to be trading, because some weird algo type shit can be going on. We got the new low here now off of this, which would have been from the channel. $100 says, if I do a 20-20 above below, do you think trade of 8 will fill it? It's going to be a 600-point move. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure, because I've never traded with trade of 8, so I'm not sure how the fills are and stuff like that with trade of 8. I know on Rhythmic it's janky as fuck. You know, you get huge fucking slippage. So I'm not really sure. I mean, it's really hard to say. FOMC is the hardest too, because it's like there's no liquidity for that flash of a moment, and the price just fucking skyrockets on a jet engine. Like, you know, yeah, it'll move 100 points in a second. Yeah, I mean, it's not even a second. It's like a fraction of a second. So yeah, it's so hard to say. It's just a gamble, right? And then even, you know, with the trailing drawdown, it's like you can win and still lose, because it can go both ways imperceptibly. You know, like it can't even print to the chart, and you can think like, oh shit, I got it, I passed, and then you look and your account's in admin. That happened to me a couple of times trying to trade EVALs on the news like that, and it's just like, that sucks. It's like it even worked and it still didn't work. You know, so all right, this sell-off is becoming a real deal. Maybe this is a sell-off just to sell off before the news. And I mean, the thing is that, I mean, the news is pretty expected. Like, they're going to do their first rate cut, you know. It's pretty expected. And I mean, rate cuts are good for the market in general. It's good for stocks. So, I mean, you do rate cuts, you know, companies can buy back shares, do all kinds of stuff, you know, money becomes cheaper to borrow. So I don't know. I think what I'm going to do though is I'm going to leave this running. I'm going to go take my dogs out. It's 10:30. I don't think it's really a good idea to trade a half hour before the FOMC, especially seeing the way it's getting a little bit janky. So I'm just going to go to my sim account so that nothing could be triggered on Apex by accident. That's what I do. I always see these stories about people saying like, I didn't even take a trade and it entered me in a trade on Apex. It's like, okay, well, if you don't want to take a trade on Apex, why do you have your Apex account armed? So yeah, there we go. And yeah, I'm going to just take the dogs out. Well, I'm going to feed the dogs. I'm going to take the dogs out. It usually takes me 15-20 minutes, and then I'll be back here. I'm going to leave the stream running, and then yeah, we'll see what I decide to do. Maybe I'll just mess around on Sim for fun, or I don't know. And then sometime after FOMC and maybe after the press conference starts, I'll consider taking more trades potentially. But I mean, look, down $53 on the day between the two accounts, so not a big deal. Try not to be too thirsty today. So, all right, I'll be back.
back here. I'm back. Let's see. I'll turn on my account, but I'm not planning on trading. During the FOMC, but let's just do this. I turn on account 12 instead of 13, but see what we got going on here. First attempt down. Right back at the 50. Has some interesting price action. Now I can almost go from here to here as one move. Let's see what, did we get that? Yeah, so we got that too. So every measured move down has worked, plus some. All right, so 8 minutes till FOMC. Maybe this will be, FOMC will kick in, it'll go all the way up here. And then see what happens from that point. It's kind of what I'm leaning towards. Second attempt lower, doji. Doesn't matter. 5 minutes till FOMC.
Not doing anything here. Maybe I will turn on my sim account, just make sure nothing weird happens. I mean, definitely not planning on trading the FOMC, so there's no reason to have the account on. It's obviously a violation to trade on the PAs. But now that I'm on the sim, I can do whatever I want, right? So I'm not going to trade on the sim though. It's stupid. What's the point? I swear one day I should just trade on sim on the stream and see how I do, because every time I trade sim or playback, I do great. It's just when I'm trading my PA accounts live on stream, I've been struggling. I'd be expecting one leg, two legs. Maybe setting up a second entry long right on FOMC. It's like a perfect setup for a long, right on the news. All right, moment of truth, 5 seconds. There it goes. Oh, so the long worked for a scalp. not as crazy as other FOMCs I've seen. But yeah, if you're trying to pass like a 300K account, I don't think it's working out very well for this one. I don't think this, the way it moved, I'm not sure if it would have blown up accounts or not. It may have triggered longs in and it went against them. If the longs didn't get triggered in, the shorts, but then came all the way back up too, so not really sure. Be curious to find out if, what's happening with 100 lot on this, but this isn't the FOMC reaction that he was looking for 300K account, that's for sure. This bar does not get it done. And the way this is just coming back to the middle. I was wondering if this FOMC would be not as crazy because it's just expected that they're cutting today. I don't know what the announcement was. Oh, Fed leaves rate unchanged. Maybe the market actually likes that. That's unchanged. I don't know. I thought they were expecting a cut today. Maybe it's the next one. Wow, that's the duddiest dud FOMC I've ever seen. All right, well, maybe I can trade. This is just a big non-event. Well, maybe I'll turn my account back on. It seems like there's no reason not to be able to trade. Unless the fireworks are being held for the press conference. But all right. Didn't want to push my luck on this. I've got the measured move, but in the corner of my eye, just looking at that as possible resistance. So just happened that my target lined up with that. So I'll take that win on my current best account, by the way. It's my third trade, PA 13. Maybe 13 will be my lucky number, who knows. If I didn't see this in the corner of my eye, I might have tried to go for more, but I just decided to lock it in. So got my 26 ticks. Update my stats here. So this is my newer setup. It's been very mixed so far, but the context was on my side this time. So I think I just have to make sure I have some context for a reason to take a trade that it supports what I'm looking for. All right, so I'm gonna switch accounts again. Go to account 12 now. I'm not making the measured move, by the way, so far. But maybe it'll be two legs. Something like that. So let's see.
See what happens here. Could be first attempt short, second attempt short, failure. Also first attempt long, second attempt long, but right into the 200. So, and a doji. So my rule is supposed to be stay away from dojis. I'm expecting it to go up here, but who knows? This is the most boring FOMC I've ever witnessed. I'm starting to feel like I should only trade when I have a measured move in place. Because what I think is going to work generally works when I have those for the most part. If it can't reach either of these measured moves, I think we're, I don't know, I mean, it's one attempt at it, second attempt. If we can't do it on this attempt or the next attempt, then I think we're not going up, but I do think we're going up, so let's see. I mean, if it gets above this bar, I would think it runs right into this. So the potential resistance of the 200 here, I think, is what's making it hesitate. But if it can just get above this, I think we're going. It broke below and went back above once, twice. So this would be the third time if it can close above again. And then update the days traded on this account, I think. if it went far enough for profit yet. Yeah, went far enough ultimately for my profit target, but it's not a trade I'm going to take. But I think for the way I'm trading right now, switching accounts is the best thing, because now I've got two accounts that are both up 126 for the day. I got the one account that's down 180. But if I were to be playing these on all the accounts, I'd only be up $73, as you can see down there, total for the account, as opposed to two accounts being up 126. So I think that's my best bet for now, is to just trade this way. So I've got three targets. I've got this target, this target. I've actually got four targets, because I'm also expecting really a new high. And then I've got the big measured move all the way up here. From down here, one leg, two legs. So there's a lot of upwards targets. I don't have any targets for the downside right now. Just very slow grind up. But I think these are both definite targets that are going to get hit. And then the higher stuff, who knows? But I definitely expect this one to get hit. I really expect this one to get hit. I really expect a new high. And then maybe we get all the way up here. Unsure. There's also going to be this press conference for FOMC coming up soon, 10 minutes. So once that gets started, maybe that'll cause some more action than the initial announcement. I thought I heard that they were planning on doing a rate cut. Maybe it was the next one that they're planning. It's only July.
It's too bad I was looking at this on my last trade as possible resistance because my profit was right lined up with it. If that kind of wasn't there, or if it was higher or whatever, I could have tried to go for more. I probably would have tried to get out at the 200 at that point. So if I was going to go for the 200 SMA, that would have been another, I think 11 points. Seems like this thing's just grinding up. Just grinding up, grinding up. 64 tick ATR. Press conference starts in 5 minutes. Can it reach this target before I have to extend it? All right, 3 more minutes till the press conference starts. I imagine the press conference will be more newsworthy because they'll get into questions about when they expect to cut rates. Will it be next time? So maybe he'll have some kind of answer that gets the market moving. So I'm sure still more questions about how they're handling inflation and all of this, but I expect we're going higher today. This is a strong bullish day. We got plenty of room to the midline and previous support, which will be probably resistance. So I think we're going higher. And then probably to end the week, maybe it'll get stuck around here or come back down a little bit. We'll see. Also, today is the 31st, so it's the last day with the 80% off on the evaluations. They usually just extend it, but who knows? It's possible they go to 71% instead of the 80%. And I think it's the last day as well of the $40 larger accounts. So that's almost a touch. I mean, it's basically reaching the measured move. If it doesn't actually touch it, I'd say that that did it. But because we have these larger ones still in play and the retest of the high still in play, now the press conference is starting, I would expect we're going to reach all of these things. That's a legit touch on that one.
second target. Second target reached. Expect third target, high of day, be reached. And we'll just have one more big one above that. All right, well on our way to this last target. Already got the new high in place though, so this one seemed like way unlikely, but yet we are very close to it. No telling though here, now that we got the new high of the day. I mean, it can go either way whether we actually get up here or not. But that's already pretty damn close, so to me that basically counts as getting there if we don't get all the way. No idea what JPal's saying. I don't bother listening to him, but whatever he's saying, it's not having really any outsized effect on the market. Right, so I'm definitely wary of longs at this point, based on we already have a new high. I wonder if there's like some huge trend. Hard to tell. Maybe I could tell on like 5-minute chart. Look at that on the 5-minute. Boom, right here. It's pretty spot on, isn't it? I mean, this does nothing for anybody. It doesn't mean anything until here.
Pretty crazy. Bounce off the 200 and the 50. Crossing back up above the 200. Don't really put a lot of importance on that, but I see it. All right, so maybe this is where we make a run for the bigger measured move. I was skeptical of another long after this, so if I was going to do it, it would have been after this bar. But it's just a first entry. Wasn't really sure if we'd actually get here or not, but now it seems pretty convincing we are. Another new high in place though, so even if it doesn't actually touch it, I'd say we've done it regardless. So I'm skeptical of longs at this point. We're up 3%, 580 points overall. Some days measured moves are just rock solid. And it seems like today is one of those days. If you could look for the measured moves every single time I looked for a measured move, it worked, including the really big one. One leg, two legs. So my first trade was based on the larger measured move. I think I should have not really been considering that at the time. Second trade, one leg down, two legs down. Took it only because of the measured move. It wasn't even a setup. That worked to the tick. And one leg down, two legs down here, worked to the tick. And one big leg down like this. Another one worked and beyond. And then one leg up from the bottom, worked to here and beyond. Also one leg, two legs to here worked. And now this biggest one. So sometimes they don't work, but the days they do, it can be really powerful if you can find an entry to take going for those. I definitely feel like the days where I find the measured moves and I find a setup that supports those measured moves, those are the days where I have those good winning trades with my setups. Maybe I don't even need a setup necessarily to go for some of these. This was a setup. This was the only one that was actual setup for me today. That was a legit setup based on one of my setups to my strategy. This was not a setup because it was the inside bar. This was not a setup. Just went for the measured move. So maybe there's different ways for me to trade. Just gotta figure it out. Just want to be consistent. That's the only thing. I mean, that's so close. It's like, to me, that counts. That was a huge leg within 6 points. Even if it doesn't touch it, to be within 6 points when I drew that thing all the way over here. Price was over here somewhere. And I had drawn that thing, and now we're there. It's crazy. Still seems like it's going to touch it. It's the kind of day too. I mean, we've got a lot more room to the upside before there's any reason for it to stop. So I don't know if it's going to do it all today, but with only an hour plus left, I guess it's really 2 hours plus with the after the New York close. But I don't see a reason why not. Interesting, it was a failure on the 5-minute chart right here. Tell you what though, if I can make this work where switching from account to account and end up getting a payout, however long it takes, I'd say that's pretty good training for the future. So, because I do like this idea that, you know, if I was trading these accounts together, my first loss was $179, or my first trade was a loss, $179. But switching to other accounts, I've got two accounts that are up 126 each. Versus if I was playing them all together, I'd only be up 73 across the three of them. So just depends how you look at it. But for me, I feel like this is the way for me right now. Wow, I'm struggling. Look at this. We're going to touch it. Are we actually going to touch it? Probably goes way beyond it, by the way. I think it's just going to go right through it. But all right, perfect touch. And go through it. I enjoy seeing these measured moves get reached. It reminds me I gotta be looking for those first before I'm even looking for setups. And usually the smaller ones are the ones you want to keep in mind even more so. Yeah, now I wonder, is it possible that we have like one big leg and two big legs? That's another possibility. It gives you another target even higher. So, I mean, the reason why I say that is you can imagine a trend, right? Imagine a trend. So that's one leg with a break and a second leg to go that distance. So that's what I'm kind of imagining when I'm looking for these measured moves. Thing I struggle with is now, like, am I pushing it looking for this? Like if I see a setup that supports going in that direction further, is this like a stretch? Yeah, it feels like it because that's really still quite a move. Talking about going another 55 points up. So new low, first attempt lower, maybe a second attempt lower here, strong push through the midline of the Bollinger, maybe some sort of failure for a long. Thinking about it. Doesn't look like it's coming this way.
big bar. We already have new highs though, so that's a reason to not take this trade. Very sideways here. I can do this, it's just a huge bar. Guess I should have done it. Too late now. How far did it go? I don't think it's my profit target yet. Knowing me, I would have already moved my stop to break even. It would have just been a break even trade. I just didn't like how it was so sideways here. Yeah. It's basically how I was envisioning it and thinking to myself, is it worth the risk if it's just going to go a little bit higher but still be trapped in this? Which is kind of what it looks like it's doing. Right. So I believe I would have moved my stop to break even plus 1 or 2 pretty quickly when it got up here. It was saved me from a loss for going for a full profit target. I think this bigger one is kind of like wish list measured move, but are we really going to get there? I don't know. Kind of a first attempt, second attempt higher potentially here, back into this range. Doesn't look like it's setting up. Second entry long, hit the midline, setting up, close under the middle Bollinger. It's not in an area. That makes sense for me. But it worked.
See, this is the kind, it looks like a bad trade to me, but it works. And you take other ones that look like a perfect trade, like I think the one I took yesterday. All right, so I see a headline saying, Powell says September rate cut could be on the table. All right, so 1 hour left in the regular hours. All right, I'm just gonna chill and wait for solid setup. I think, like I said before, it's like when I wait for when I see a clear two-leg situation and I have a target, I seem to do better. So this is kind of another possibility, but we're in this range. I think with this, it's not as legit as the other idea, because here, well, I guess I could draw it like this. So I guess I could say one leg and then another leg somehow over here. I'm watching Alpine in my ear. He's at the point that I'm at, and I'm behind his live, but he's red at the point that I'm watching. And he's just saying that market's been tough to trade for a lot of people recently. So it's important to keep that in mind when I'm struggling. It's like, am I struggling at the same time a lot of other traders are struggling? Because then maybe it's not me. Maybe it's just the market's changing and we're all suffering through it until we figure it out. All right, I wasn't even paying attention here. So a little fill breakout at the bottom. I'm gonna take this off. I think we reached all the expectations for how high. Those were all the big ones, and I don't want to get biased too much to continue the long side where people could start taking their profits at this point towards the end of the day here. or computers, whatever might be trading. Yeah, have fun. I'll be right back. All right, phone call over. So just not going to trade in this stacked up mess. This is where I pick up a lot of my losses in this sort of chop zone. High or low to try to trick me to get in off the 50. I feel like I just took a trade just like this that I lost with just the other day. Right off the 50 in the bottom Bollinger, and it's like, oh, high or low, I'll take it. Or second entry or whatever it was. And it goes, whoosh, takes me out. Just staying out of all this mess. Just need to see a reason for a trade. That is a very bullish candle. If I was looking at this objectively, I'd say there's an outside chance I have two legs like this. If we can break through this and not have a failed breakout and all that stuff, I mean, it's entirely possible we get to there. You can see the resistance strong. Yeah, that thing just rejected straight down. The way that rejected just makes me think this is not going to be on the table. Wow. All right. So that just entirely wiped that off the table. Now, is that something from the press conference, or is that something from, all right, let's take our profits before everyone else does? That was a seriously hard rejection off that level. Already got a measured move of the range. Getting back to the 200. Bit of a bounce, right on the measured move. Give me a bit of bounce. It's 180 tick bar. Is that crazy? 190 tick bar. All of a sudden, ATR is 96 ticks. How big was this? Holy, 251 ticks in that bar. So, looks like it's going to be a volatile end of the day. depending on how it might set up, if it sets up, I might take a short back off this level again. And so it just comes down and makes a new low first. Just kind of what it looks like it's going to do. And there it goes. So first attempt higher, second attempt higher, failing. Kind of stacked up here. Yeah, I was thinking about it, but just felt weird going into the 200. I mean, it's below the 200 technically, I guess, but making new lows each time. I see this work a lot of times. I just haven't figured out a way to decide to take them. That would have been a good trade. $27 points. How big was this bar? 107 ticks. I mean, it doesn't even look like 107 ticks, but if I'd realized it was 107 ticks, I wouldn't have even been looking at it. So I can't risk 107 ticks on a trade. 105 tick ATR right now. I think that's the sign to be done trading, maybe. I mean, these bars are huge. Look at this. We're gonna take how much of this back now? I don't know why I'm drawing this, but I think we're working in this downtrend here. Funny how the sell-off decided to wait until the press conference was over. I think it's over. I'm not watching it, so I'm not sure. Probably not getting another chance at a trade here today. Kind of starting to wonder if the 50 and the 200 SMAs are even helping me at all. Maybe I don't need them. I feel like they're more often just in the way of me taking a trade that I'd otherwise take that would work. I might consider taking them off. $120 tick bar for a second entry short. I'd like the trade if it was in 120 ticks. Not even going to trigger, maybe? It's the first test of the midline and the 200 since we're below it. It's going to go right through. Wow. Well, at least it didn't trigger first and then do this. Then think about doing a measured move down from here. See what that looks like. All right, so 2 legs down. Sometimes I just forget to look for them and draw them, but it's really important for me to do that. So, you know, once I do that, it's like, oh, I was thinking that this short would be good, but once I draw that out, I don't think that short would be good. And it didn't trigger it, but if anyone was looking at it like I was looking at it, like they might have wanted to enter that if it went shorter. These bars are huge. 110 tick ATR. Can't trade this. So much risk. Be right back. Actually, this is setting up a second entry short from here, but off the 50 and the 200, I have huge bars. I can't enter a trade with these huge bars. I'm just curious what's going to happen. I would think this would work for my scalp if this triggers. And it did just trigger. Yeah. Easily worked. But to get my 6 points, 6.5 points, risking $715 to make 126. Just can't do it. I'll be right back. There is another potential trade. I was on the phone. I mean, 81 tick bar. There's just no way. Would have worked like a charm. I mean, so many opportunities here right at the end, but I'm not going to put on this kind of risk at the end of the day here. On a decent day, 2 accounts that are green, and green overall slightly. Might as well just shut it down. There's no reason to keep trading this. Bars are too big, risk is too high, and I'm not going to take that kind of risk at this time of day. So yeah, that's going to be it. So 3 trades today. The first one was the loser, and then the second 2 were winners. And yeah, the 80% discount ends today. So, and the $40 sign up for the big accounts, 150, 250, 300K accounts is ending today unless they extend it. And then we'll see what they do with the 1-day pass as well. So if you need accounts, get those signed up. Use my code or someone else's, but just make sure you use the code to get the best discount. And then we'll see whether they make it a 71% discount starting tomorrow, or if they continue the 80, or there's always the outside chance of a 90, but I doubt it. All right, I'm out of here. Thanks for watching. Like and subscribe if you haven't already. And hopefully, 2-1, a slightly green day. I'll take it. It's my first green day of the week overall. And, I'm 5-5 for the week. Maybe this is the beginning of me turning things around from last week. So let's see what happens tomorrow. But good luck trading if you finish out the day, and hope you had a good trading day. All right, I'm out of here. Thanks.